Hey, what's up? More Immersive in Toolkit today. What a drop on that one. I also made the mistake of not realizing that it is a national holiday, and so none of the stores are open. So I can't get food. But it's so loud. Sometimes it resets its volume. Kind of weird. I mean, it's a good song, don't get me wrong. It's a good song. But yeah, I made the mistake. Today's a national holiday, so none of the stores are open and I couldn't get my breakfast. I'm eating pretzels. Which, I'm gonna be honest, this has been my diet for like the last 3 days. Pretzels and bread. Oh god, I gotta stop. I made my own bread. For the first time, and it turned out pretty well. Okay, today I want to create a data layer level for the playtesting and showcase, just like we have in other games. I figure we can create some item tool tips as well, which why not? And physics grabbing to open close containers and doors, just like Amnesia. I put a Z in there. Amnesia. And I think somebody said there was a pretty good example in the content examples pack. However, I also have a physics grabbing pack that we could use. We'll see. I mainly want to figure out how they've implemented it. Whether it's through like physics constraints or, you know, I don't even know. I don't even know other options. I have the content examples 5.4. But this is old, we can delete that. This is one of the most, by the way, if you are like new to Unreal, the content examples project is one of the best things that you can have and use. It's not even close. And sometimes, I always forget about it sometimes, but it's always there for you. It's such a great project. I remember it being one of the first things that I downloaded for Unreal 4.0 when it came out. And I think there's some legacy systems in early versions of the content examples pack that you don't have anymore. They're pretty good ideas. This is from the Throne and Liberty soundtrack. What a tremendously boring game. That was so boring. I don't know. I feel like everybody's excited for that next big MMO, but there is no next big MMO. None. Some people will say Star Citizen, and to be fair, I need to try it out. Apparently they have free weekends sometimes. But I don't know if they've done one of those recently or... Star Citizen free weekend? Free fly. Oh wait, November 20th? They're gonna have a new one? Maybe we'll do that. Look at this. Free to play beginning November 20th. Create an account, receive 50k in-game credits. Is this true? This is during the Aerospace Expo. I gotta take a look at that because maybe we'll do that. Yeah, so it's November 20th to December 3rd. Maybe we'll do that. Star Assistant free? Oh shit, dude, sorry about your sounds, Joy. I keep forgetting to load that back up. No, but I did want to try it. I keep mentioning it, but I don't want to pay for it because, you know, I feel like I'd be paid into a scam. Maybe we'll try Star Citizen for a couple days. I paid this $70 100 years ago. Like I mentioned before, I have never played the game. I've seen maybe 10 minutes total of footage. That's it. And I want to give it a fair review. I want to, you know, actually be able to speak on it to some level of certainty and not just, oh, it feels like this, feels like that, blah, 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 blah. Can I really just create another 5.4 version of this? I don't think it's going free to play, but they have like a free fly event, which I guess is like a period of 2 weeks where you can try the game for free. Oh, I just deleted the right one, actually. Whatever. I got fiber internet. I showed the other guys what we made yesterday, and I think it's looking pretty good. I really like it. I do think that the spring arm, though, the length is probably a bit too much, but we can always lower that. Then again, I don't mind the length for like moving boxes, but maybe for picking up items. We could always set the length dynamically to how far away you are from the object when you pick it up. To like the actual hit. That could be interesting. I think that could be easy. Yeah, we have our target arm length. Also, I was meaning to clean this up, but I didn't do that. It was me plugging in mass here. Where's our arm length? Oh, here it is. Oh, you don't. I think that's instance editable. I think I probably fucked around with that in the first person. Yeah, I set it to 300. I think when we run the attach here, we could set the target arm length to it's the location of the hidden world space, which should be the same as the impact point. I think we'll use location. We'll do distance vector between that and the first person camera. How you doing, memes? Good to see you again today. Let's do a round. Let's see how that works. So the closer you are to picking up an object, it should try to keep that arm length. But then if you're far away, it will keep that length. Oh, I missed. Damn it. Looks smoother than yesterday. I really like how it feels. I did keep collision with the player. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but we'll see. I think I could probably adjust it so that if it is further away from, or closer to the player, it pushes back a bit more. But that is very much a polish sort of thing. It is really fun to throw things around. That's a nice little addition. So today on the docket, probably at the end of today, I want to create the data layer level for playtesting and showcasing. Item tooltip should be pretty fast. We've done that numerous times before. Physics grab to open and close containers and doors like Amnesia is going to be the primary thing today. I've never done it before. I have a asset pack that can do it. And apparently the content examples map has some examples of it too. I just want to see how they're implemented and try to recreate it myself rather than, you know, using an asset pack. That would be kind of like a last case measure. If I'm completely unable to get it working. Actually, I think this map is exactly where it is. Not like just this. Kind of. There might be a better one. Maybe in the blueprint one. Communication. This is the one that was mentioned. Apparently this has an example of like gears. Or no, it's the rope. Well, it kind of pulls your mouse in towards it too. So there's a little bit of like interesting. Oh, that's a little bit. It's a little bit overboard. Oh. Interesting. Yes, I want to see how it's set up like the lever here. Physics handles, huh? That's exactly what I was thinking it was using. Who the fuck organized this, though? It's like somebody was told that the more space they use, the less money they make. This is my problem with Epic. This is one of my biggest problems with Epic, is that if you're going to try to teach people using examples of how to blueprint, why the hell are you blueprinting in some of the most egregious ways possible? I mean, and this isn't even that bad. It's kind of bad, but it's not that bad. I feel like I could actually get lots of views on YouTube just by taking all of their blueprint examples, saying no words during the video, and just cleaning them up. You can call me not a threat to interactive. It has nice comments. It does have comments. So they're just sending a BPI to do the grab? Yes. Player aim movement. Move change is running a timeline. They're doing a v-interp to change the mouse location, right? Or I think they're just changing the player's rotation as a whole. That's interesting. I don't really know if I like that implementation. Hmm. I don't know how to feel about that one. Let me look at the Switch. No. This implementation makes it very snappy. And I don't feel that snappiness. It's kind of the opposite of what I want. I'd rather have the smoothness. And the smoothness of opening doors in something like Amnesia was what... I think it just felt better. And while this does certainly function in the way that it advertises, it's just snappy. The Switch isn't bad, but that's mainly because it is very much like just binary on or off. I definitely don't like how they v-interp to... I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let me see if one of my other packs has it, because I know that I have something like this. And 5.5. Do I have 5.5 installed? Yes. I will figure it out. We'll figure it out. I need to fuck around with it. One thing at a time. Oh my god, come on, load up. What are we doing? Alright, let's see how this one feels. Debug room. Like how that's separated. It is way smoother though, I can tell you that. That's absolutely wonky. That is much smoother. And definitely working in the way that I would expect it to. Anyway, long live AI. Did you guys see the Arc Raiders review from Eurogamer? Well, there's different types of grips. This is accurate grip. What is hard? What does that mean? Oh, it locks itself onto a specific point on the mesh. Versus anywhere on the mesh. If I've been to, were we talking about review? Yeah, there was an Arc Raiders review from Eurogamer that was 2 out of 5 because they loved the game but didn't like the AI voices. Which, I mean, you can, by the way, you can dislike the AI voices. You can dislike their usage of AI. The voice actors signed up to it. They were paid to record their voices. And honestly, if you dislike the AI voices, when do you hear them when you're playing Arc Raiders? How often? Very little. Like, it affects the game in no major way. I understand being principled, but 2 out of 5? Come on. They have physics constrained components with these hinges. There's a function called custom. It's a very good function. You wanna know the funny thing is that this blueprint is, this is better than Epic's. At least this person understands that, oh wait, I have like nearly infinite space, I can just use it? So it's all built around the door. VP base physics. I take it back. Why would you put that above? Why would you put just... What are you doing? Make a function. I need to look. Why? Why is this down here? What are we doing? Okay, so they are doing point onto plane. Interesting. Pickup. Where's their pickup? It. This is just the hand icon. Wake up the physics. There are base functions for ignoring look and move inputs. I didn't know that. I don't know if I would do it that way, but that's interesting. You don't mind AI voice acting? Think it's useful? Well, I mean, Embark Studios is not a solo developer. And to be honest, you can find some pretty cheap people in Fiverr. I can understand not wanting to support the union because they charge a fucking arm and a leg. But you can find some pretty great voice actors on Fiverr that are going to be like a million times cheaper than a professional one. Enable inputs. It moves the handle to the hit location, then attaches it. Constrains, enables tick. Okay. It must, yeah, it enables input. Okay, so it enables input and then it probably grabs the movement here. ABS is it. And this is where we start to get into the math of it. Jesus Christ. To be honest, I think that for as messy as this looks, it is doing what we want. I definitely wouldn't use input axis. Like, that is very much deprecated at this point. Please don't use input axis. But we can probably extrapolate what we need to do by mirroring what this does here. Hmm. Hmm. We can start with like a door or something. Something simple. I think an average human reading a voice line is going to at least provide you without the uncanniness of an AI voice trying to be a human. I don't know if like anybody has done like the voice mode with ChatGPT recently. It's not great because it reaches into uncanniness that just makes it unsettling to talk to. I probably do want like some master BP, but I really just want this to work. And I think for right now I can just throw in a cube with that physics component. Or the constraint, to be specific. Joint that allows you to connect two rigid bodies together. You can create different types of joints. Okay, so we do need another mesh in there. And I don't know if they need to be children or what it wants here. You just type in the component name, joint name. I don't know why that's grayed out. Maybe you need active working components for this. Oh yeah, it does mark them. Interesting. Well, that's cool. I've never seen the little, like, little dots in here before. Does this need to have physics enabled? Okay, right now it's all locked, so I can understand why it may not work. To be fair, I did lower my push force factor, so maybe that's an aspect here. Oh. Nice joint, bitch. Let's see what they gave the joints here. I think that'll just be easier to mirror if we need to. It locks some of these, limits those. Wing 2 limit. Rotation offset. Angular motor. I don't know if that does anything. Or if we need to like enable it or something, and default it's not. I mean, what it specifically did was this. And then for the motor, it did the twist and swing. This is probably to have some like pushback, if I can imagine. I just don't know if that's the right axis to use here. Probably not. Probably should have just checked the door. Alright, interesting. But that is a direct offset of that. We don't want an offset. Could be the wrong... Oh. It's vibrating. It's definitely vibrating. Oh, that's the heavy one. Here, big boy. Oop. Hmm. Angle of movement along the XY plane. This defines the first symmetric angle of the cone. Talking about cones? Why does it look angled? Oh. Can't move very much, can it? It's still limited. I mean, it may have been like just a collision issue. Oh, it is. Interesting. I mean, we can solve that with like really thin frames, right? That's not a problem. Okay. I wonder how we can get it to... Well, the damping will just slow down. You know, that will eventually stop it once it's pushing. And it'll stop swinging back and forth. Let's add some of that back. It's at 5 though. I don't know if 5 was too much. Because ultimately we won't really want to... Oh. Doesn't look like there's any damping on that. Just kind of stops at the end. Well, I guess it's when it like hits its limit. Oh, you can see the... Can I turn on debug for this? No. It's weird that the cone is facing this way, though. But I guess it's... Okay, so it's damping when it hits its limit. That's what that's for specifically. In restitution would be the bounciness, right? So if it hits the end, it can like bounce off. A little bit. Actually kind of nice. Okay. Weird though that it says, well, I guess this is limits for, I don't know why this is set to locked, but it still works. Kind of weird. Maybe that's how much the joint itself can move and not how much the thing attached to the joint can move. I don't know if that makes sense. So I guess that this, what it would do is force it back to its original position. Yeah, like a swinging door on a spring. Which I assume will eventually even out. Probably with a stronger. That's kind of fun. I wonder if there's a way to, like, if it's in the center to dampen it a bit. I guess you could. There's probably some ways you could do that. I don't know if there's anything built into the constraint. Path is decomposed into twist and swing. Doesn't follow the shortest arc. May experience gimbal lock. Uh-oh, gimbal lock. Brings back some PTSD from Kerbal Space Program. Oh, I guess that's exactly what I'm looking for, which is it'll dampen the velocity. Trying to get back to 0, so the strength of the motor will eventually stop because it is dampening the velocity. Pretty cool. That's fun. Only thing is now we need to get the player to be able to interact with it with their hand grabbing it. I'm just unsure how we want to do that. Because we have the E to grab items right now. I'm not sure if that is something we want to use here. They're creating shadow maps for flight lights on Vulcan. You say it's harder, I'll believe you. That's something I could do. Oh, I glitched an item. Well, that's lovely. I'm not sure. I mean, we can always run some different logic for pressing E or holding E to grab. That's very doable. I do like that the push force of the constraint eventually makes it damn near impossible to use an item to push against it. And then I guess the question is, once we have grab of it, if we want to do it with the hold E to grab, what is our input going to look like to actually push and pull the door? Does it make sense with the mouse? But I'm almost wondering if it would just be better to put that on the mouse. But then again, if you are opening and closing doors and containers with the mouse button, I wonder if E for grabbing feels a little bit weird. Then again, fucking around with the inputs is something we can worry about later. I definitely don't think that that's a worry for right now. Let's try it on the mouse button just to not confuse the logic between grabbing items and then grabbing doors and containers. And then we can do what they did in the pack and we can just pull away input for the player when they are, or for the player character when they are interacting with one of these containers, add in a separate input mapping context, and then do our math for that. That's the plan. Interaction. Yeah, this is not the cleanest. I don't think we can get all four, or not four, but both axes from one input action, the mouse. I think we'd have to have two input actions and map them to the X and Y axis of the mouse. I think. I mean, there might be a way to do it with one, but it can for sure be done with two. That's crack. Yeah, I know I can do it with two. There probably is a way to do it with one, but I don't think it really matters right now. Like I said, inputs we can just fuck around with inputs later. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Functionality first, improvement later. Yeah, see, there is the mouse XY 2D. But I'm wondering if that would even output the right information, because I feel like we would need a negate. I feel like mouse X we would need here, and then a modifier for negate. Oh fuck, I don't remember. Didn't we do this in one of our games? Didn't we do this in System Break? Let me check what I set up there, because I'm pretty sure I had mouse XY input actions. You wanna know what's weird? I was like super close to getting a letter of consent for one of my trademarks. And then silence. Like they had drafted it up and just complete silence from the person who was drafting it. I kind of hope she's okay. Maybe she got into some trouble. I had to pay more money to extend the deadline. Console core inputs, that's tab. No, we won't. Devices. CCTV. Oh, we just have XY 2D access here for look. And that is access 2D mapping. The trademark limiter like the country registered to? To some extent. You can get international trademark filings. I think there's some international stuff between them. Mouse XY 2D access. Okay, we'll just do the same thing then. We'll just change this to mouse XY. Axis 2D. This should be it. You asked why? I don't know if I would ask ChatGPT or Grok to do it for you. But I think Grok is better at coding than ChatGPT is. ChatGPT is pretty dumb these days. Do we just give the door our interactable... Let's try it. Let me try doing it. Let's try giving it the interactable BPI. Oh, Claude for coding. I'd rather learn the hard way than use LLMs to learn. Or to replace my learning, I should say. Trust me, bro, benchmark. I think some of the benchmarks are legit, right? Because they're doing like actual... Do we not just send an interface call for interact? Am I crazy? I guess we don't. But we can. I might copy my my input action stuff from Into the Chasm. Or my input mapping. I like those much better than the default things. Yes. I should make a separate blueprint function library for these. They're quite nice. I'm gonna continue this game. Actually, I was talking with Kotspur about this. I think I would like to, but with so many people just dropping out of the project without even launching it, I'll probably just trim down the scope, because it would be such a shame to lose all of the progress that we made on some honestly pretty nice platforming mechanics. So I don't know. I think it could be nice. I mean, it would be a pretty shitty looking game, I think, for the most part, but... You're reminiscing? No, it's more like we had set this up to be worked on, but none of the people that said that they would work on it actually worked on it. You know, the usual indie dev experience, right? But we had some really awesome mechanics here that just are are just sitting here, already made. We're doing nothing with them. Even my hacks into the character movement controller to get ice working, since this is impossible to do with the default character. Sliding game could be its own. Yeah, you're probably right. But I made some really good tools to just quickly create levels. The thing is, I'm just not very good at creating levels. But maybe we could jump into it and try it ourselves. Ooh. No, it's nice stuff. Maybe we'll jump back and do it, and we'll just trim down the scope a bit, get some asset packs, and try our hand at something, you know, like only up. It doesn't have to be amazing, but it would be kind of a shame to let this all go to waste. Let's put a variable in here for current input context, local input. Oh, that's local. Yeah, we store as current input context, and then the stored ones. Context to our integers. Stored input mappings. Mixed Y and Z axis? Yeah, sounds about right. I never get rotational axes right. Where's my function library? Here we go. Inputs. And we can also just, you know, let's first put the game instance one here. So let's do get game instance. Immersive Sim Toolkit. Just drop a son off at daycare. Take freedom. Okay, that'll work. And then we can start to put in these ones from here. I need store inputs. I don't think I can just copy and paste. Oh. I can. Oh, I did call it current input context. You know what, I'll change that. That's more accurate anyway. Current input context. Stored input. Context. And then we need the add mapping context or remove mapping context as well. And doing your UI stuff. I like widgets. Up until you have to do gamepad support. Might have another contract to work with drone data? Oh, interesting. If I genetically engineered a cow with human level intelligence, then surgically implanted the brain into a human body, would it be cannibalism to feed it a hamburger? If it tastes good, is cannibalism wrong? 10 stream streak, Jesus Christ. You addict. Why are we so upset with cannibalism if it's consensual? Oop, not set stored. Get stored mapping context. Current. Alright, that looks good. And then we have add, remove. I do have like a focus input on UI. I'm not sure how I feel about copying that over. Well, we won't copy that over, just. It is useful though, but I'm not gonna do it. Human meat's toxic? It's because all the microplastics in my balls. And it wasn't for a cow's mutt. Well, but it's not the same body anymore. Does the cow experience body dysmorphia? There's actually an anime similar to this. Of a, sister that gave up her body to have a brain transplant with her brother. So there's the brother's brain, and it's not like a sexualized thing, but it's the brother's brain in the female body. How's it going, Jim? How we doing? Okay, so I can... I could remove the mapping context. For default and mouse look, when the player interacts with the door. Although we probably need to add an interaction in the first place. Oh, we do have it. Okay, never mind. I have it. Look how organized my nodes are. Code has gotten to the point where I gotta keep a physical notebook on the side to track what's what. I think blueprints can get really messy really fast. But I've been using blueprints for over 10 years. I had my days of massive spaghetti. Sometimes it's unavoidable, you know. Sometimes things just will cross. Especially if you don't want to have to reuse stuff, or if you are just like, sure, I could make a local variable of this, but it's so small it doesn't really matter. And sometimes, you know, calling something twice could cause a problem, so you don't want to do that. Lucky cursed globals that I've mostly fixed. I just want to interact right now, right? Will it? No, because I didn't set up the interact. Where is my interact? Oh, it is here. Yeah, that's our E to interact. No, let's do this. On the physics interaction, I'm going to add another mapping. Physics interaction, interact. That'll be the left mouse button. Physics interaction, interact. We'll probably want an end interact. Interface for this too. I don't know. We have like 2 interactions, and this is not what we should have. I need to rethink the architecture of that. We'll get it working first, and then we can, before implementing anything else, we can just go back and refactor it. But I'll need to sit down and think of the hierarchy for that. I want a separate BPI for this, for physics interactables. And I still want to use the interactable within and outside range, but that's for tooltips. That's separate. But we probably would want to separate that. Start interaction. And end interaction. If the hit actor does implement interface, also check that as being valid. Physics interactable. And we just need to make sure that on begin play we actually add that mapping context. But I kind of forget where I set that. Yeah, we can remove this now and we can just do add mapping context here. And that would be for the interaction and physics interaction. Okay, that did work. Going to church, yeah, exactly. Although we want that probably on click and hold, right? Let me modify this. We want a trigger fires when input is released. Oh, the trigger fires when input is released. We want just hold. So that we can I think instead we'll just use like a store input and then add mapping context. And then we can do a recall inputs. But then I think that the interact from here should be moved over to... I think we need two separate things. We need the initial interaction, but then we want to prevent the player from having to interact again if they are already interacting, which means that we need like physics interaction, base, and then the actual movement mappings to provide for that, which right now is just the mouse XY axis. I need two mappings here actually. And the base doesn't have this. And this one doesn't have this. And then on begin play, we want to add the base, but not the other one, which I think it should have automatically changed that, right? Yeah, base. Okay. Store and interact then adds this one. I know why this didn't work is because default movement mappings are not using my custom. Where do they put the base input mapping context? I'll find them. Oh, it's in the controller. Okay. Which is where it should be, to be fair. Add a mapping context default. Okay, now they're all part of the same ecosystem. Yeah, beautiful. And we should technically have the X and Y movement on this, but we'll probably need to enable input. And then we can try throwing down the physics, interaction, mouse XY. Ongoing is not getting triggered. There it is. I'm surprised it doesn't have an ongoing trigger. Oh, it's because we don't have like hold on it. Like the other project that had it was using input axis mappings, the old style of doing it. I think to recreate that, we probably just want the hold. And then that would fire the ongoing. Yeah, that's what we want. And then our X is left and right, and then Y is up and down. And that's amount of movement per tick. With what appears to be a bit of a dead zone. I think of the 0.5. I think that's what that is. Yeah, the actuation threshold. We can lower that tremendously, because there probably should be some dead zone, but we do want those small movements to still trigger. Yeah. Probably increase it a little bit, but still that's fine. Okay, let's see here. We do definitely want to store the current interacted actor, or physics actor maybe. There is a slight possibility that this could become invalidated in this small time frame. It might spit out errors, but it shouldn't cause any major issues. That means when we start clicking, we should be unable to move. Oh. Not working now. What did I break? What the fuck did I just break? Or is it because it's firing completed? Because interact doesn't have a held down trigger. It does have a hold trigger. Let's see what's happening. Oh, it's firing as it should. Hold it down. Nothing happening. Release. Oh, it is firing the canceled. I think I know why. I think it's because we're removing the input mapping context. And what we want to do is flush the input when we do that. Oh fuck. That though. It's got to be in the remove mapping context. We're removing that context. We need to ignore it. I think that would be in the it's not in the input action itself, is it? I can only tell what to consume. There's something in here. We don't want that to fire canceled. We could just have it not remove on canceled, but only on completed. It might be this. Mapping changes will be applied synchronously rather than at the end of the frame, making them available to the input system on the same frame. True, then any keys that are down during the rebuild of control mappings will not be processed by enhanced input until they are released. You're adding a mapping code. What if you're removing? Let me try it. Let me try it. Okay, that's clearly what we don't want to happen. I could check if the mapping context is valid. It depends when this actually gets fired. Let's try it. Let's see if we can find it. Get player controller. Enhanced input local player subsystem as mapping context. It's kind of an issue that we don't want to remove that one, do we? We want to... I could I think this is an issue with the architecture, not an issue with the input action. I could refactor the store inputs to not remove a mapping context, although that is a bit weird. I could re-add it right after, but I think in that one frame, or we add the release of the physics interaction base into here as well. It might result in the same thing. Oh no, it did work. We can't move or do anything. Weird though, sometimes it stops taking the mouse XY input. Very weird. Yeah, like right now I'm moving the mouse and nothing. Is it maybe the mouse capture mode? No, because it stops again here. Why does that happen? I wonder if it has something to do with the hold time threshold. What if we just do down? Gonna look a little bit spazzy on the print screen, but that's fine. I just want to see what... Okay, triggered gets continually fired. When I stop moving the mouse, completed gets fired. And then started and then triggered gets hit again. Well, it's probably fine because we wouldn't use started and completed anyway. At least it isn't just refusing to do anything for random reasons. Like hold was doing. Yeah, like just switch between ongoing. I think it's because of that threshold. Which I guess you could connect up to the ongoing and triggered. But it might just be easier to use the down trigger instead of hold. And then just switch to that. I think that'll work. Okay, that's a start. That's a start. We have the inputs being handled. I don't know if I'm super happy about it, but it is being handled. We know that we're gonna need to refactor that, and probably refactor just implementation of interaction to not have so much overlap between two interfaces. Hey, Frozen. We need to take the action values and map them to... I don't know if we should just use direct kinematic movement or fire like small impulses. I mean, this is where this project was doing a whole bunch of crazy shit. And I don't know how I feel about it. Like, what do we want the behavior to be here, I guess is the question, which is, if we take a look at our door, do we want it so that wherever the player is currently looking becomes the interaction point? Because I can easily send that vector and match that to the location on the door itself, and then send if we want to use impulses, to send impulses from that location, or do we want to do it from a set location, no matter where the player is doing it? I'm leaning more towards this side just because it is more, it's consistent, and I think that while this is more realistic, it just would become annoying for players. And not even just consistency for the players, but consistency for the physics too. Would be nice. Yeah, Thano. Okay, my only question becomes... don't know if an impulse would work very well. I kind of wonder what the best way to grab the point on the mesh would be, if not using that initial hit location. I could do like a scene route or something, and then maybe just find because I can't just fire an impulse at location, could I? On the cube, right, like our door. What is a point in world space? But wouldn't it have to be a point on the door itself? It feels like that wouldn't. Wouldn't apply correctly. I can try it though. I don't even know which way to fire it though. $50 is not much. Let me just boost this just to see if it's actually working. I mean, it does. It feels crude to do it this way, but it is working. Okay, positive Y is backwards. I think maybe I fucked that up. Maybe I shouldn't have added a negate to that. Let's see here. Let's try to cheat it a little. We got our Y. We know that that's forward and back on the mouse. there's already a threshold on it to even fire, so I don't know if we need to do another threshold check. We really just need to check if it's positive or negative. Well, let's just try a quick select. I don't know which way is correct here. Let's do negative 200, or 200 and negative 200. And then I'm going to remove the motor. Oh. Wait, is this backwards? Actually, the motor kind of helped. Maybe it was a little bit too strong, but it did help. Very finicky. Very finicky. Go with it. No! Let me play. It's kind of weird. When it is. The axes are okay when the door's rotation is closer to me. But then they flop. Why do they flop like that? Like if I hold down trying to push the door open, after it gets to the halfway, it swings back. I wonder if it's something to do with the impulse. like if I stand here and prevent it from going back to its original position, I mean, honestly, it works pretty damn okay. For an initial prototype. I mean, I could always just grab the mesh and check its relative. Like, grab its relative rotation and just check what its yaw looks like. And if this is greater than. One of these should be 1 and one of these should be -1. I don't know which is which. Probably the other way around. It's a little funky when it is right at 0, which it is at the start. Not bad. It's not great either, I'll tell you, I'll tell you that. It's not the most amazing thing in the world. There's not like anything built into the physics constraint to like push or pull something, right? You can set the angular. But these are just the like the limits and targets. very finicky. I think this is kind of a hacky solution to do it too. And probably something like they did in this project is the more logical approach. But man, first, if I wanted to copy this, first I'd have to understand it. And I don't understand it. The only annoying thing is what it does when it is at 0. It might be the dampening, or the damping that's occurring. No, we got rid of the damping at the velocity. Oh no, we didn't. Yeah, it does some weird stuff still. Yeah, it's switching those values correctly, but it just doesn't do much, and I wonder why. Hello, Shruti. What are we doing? Physics. Our favorite. What if we were to apply it at the cube's location? really much of anything because it's at its root. Let me just grab the X of this. I want to see if the radial impulse is any nicer. Not really. Maybe the radius isn't big enough. I don't know, I mean... It's pretty wonky. Something like mechanic? Mechanic is like a game mechanic. We're not working on any game right now. It works, but only sometimes. And not very well. I think just the regular impulse did actually work better. What am I trying to achieve? Mechanics. That's what I'm trying to achieve. Now I'm trying to open a door. With mouse movement. Once you get it going, it works. But I do think that this project's implementation was better, although deciphering it is... a mess. But it was definitely a much better implementation as a whole. Love how simple shit like a door always looks wild in PP. My doors in Golden Chronicles were super simple. But this is, you know, like a physics door, so we need to, it's grabbing it wherever our hit location is, and then doing a whole bunch of camera fuckery to determine which input direction is correct. And in fairness, it is functional. It is working. But this is just a mess. It's an absolute mess. I mean, that's just for the hand icon. That's the virtual handle to the input impact point. Then constrains the handle, or sets the constraints of the handle to the virtual handle in the main mesh. So I think what it's doing, if we can, because I think it's hiding this mesh in game, right? What is happening? Yeah, I want to make that visible. And I think it's using the movement of that virtual handle as the basis for moving what you actually want to move. Which is a pretty interesting solution, to be fair. Visually, it can get a little bit fucky, though. A free I think it is a free sample. I don't know. I've had it for a long time. That door is really fucky. Huh. And the handle and virtual handle. Fucks with the player's right vectors and up vectors, just to do some vector math. Point onto plane. And the virtual handle becomes the component for moving the main mesh. Which is the mesh that actually moves. I'm just not sure how I feel about this implementation. I don't know what's right here. Using impulses is just not really working for us. It seems a bit hacky. This also seems a little bit hacky too. Kind of see you can see it jumping when it moves the. I think after a certain distance away from the actual impact point, it tries to move it back. But you can see a little hitch there when it does. This little white cube is doing all the heavy lifting here. No, the impulses is working. The impulse works. Not great, but it works. And it's a lot simpler than this. Because I don't like the jumpiness of it. When you're opening something fast, you don't notice it. But if you do it slowly, it is very noticeable. But I get how it's working. And it all has to do with that cube. And how they're projecting mouse movements to move the cube in world space. And just letting the physics handle do the rest. But I don't know how I would avoid the jumpiness either, because you don't want to apply constant movement. So at some point you do need to reset the movement of the cube. And then the up and down, left and right vectors are all relative to the player's camera. So here it's up, down, left. Well, not really. Left and right here is not relative to the player's camera. Relative to the mesh itself. So I don't think that gives the desired. Maybe it does. might just be relative to the hinge, not to the mesh. No, to be honest, it's not a bad solution. It really isn't. But the hinges are a little bit fucky, and I don't know. Maybe there are better ways to do it. You can see the hinges just get kind of weird here. And get very jittery with the resetting movement. So this does kind of well. Like, it works. It does work. I just wonder if there's something more elegant as a technical solution. Something that maybe Kotspur would know more than I do. Just to learn, or to have something in mind? Why have things in mind? What's the point? Yeah, why have a mind? Just like Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai, too many mind. Too many mind. When he's learning these swords. Katana. Yeah, I don't know. I could implement it like they've implemented here. I do like the physics constraints, because then it also enables us to use objects, physics objects with other physics objects. Like, that's great. But definitely the implementation of the opening and closing door leaves a lot to be desired. But the objects are good. That was yesterday's work, though. I'll have to talk to Casper about that one. I'll have to sit on that one. We can leave it the way it's implemented now, but I think we need to rethink this. At least I know more about constraints now. That's the important thing. You played Ark since Friday? I was really busy on the weekend, but I did play a little bit on the weekend. I made sure that I went up two ranks in the trials, but I haven't started the new trials yet at all. Let's leave this for now where it is. And I do want to set up the item tooltips would be nice. Data layer level for playtesting and showcase, that would be nice too. I find also that a lot of COD players now join the game and solos get more sweaty. I didn't have too many problems over the weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised if solos are getting more sweaty. I hope not. I hope not. Arc Raiders is like the one PvP enabled game where they've actually been able to make it so it's friendly towards casual PvP players and hardcore alike. Just by the fact of whether or not you're playing in a group. I don't think I've seen that. Maybe a little bit in like Division. Yeah, Division 1 was great for that. Technically, we need to prevent the player from being able to do stuff like that. That's a future task. Yeah, I mean, here's the funny thing with Arc. If I get shot by another player, I lose maybe like 30,000 coins maximum. And then the very next raid, I will extract with like 80,000 worth of coins. So I mean, I have 1.6 million coins. If somebody shoots me, they don't get shit. So I don't know why they do it. It's kind of fun just throwing stuff in the hole. That's the game we'll make. Like basketball simulator. It's just something really satisfying about doing that. I was able to make the screen space widgets occlude though. I still think that looks pretty nice. That way players can't cheat. If you can't see it, you can't see it. And some RPG. Well, you see the top of the project name on the window right here? Just saying. Just saying. I do not want to do a project cleanup today, though. It's technically a holiday here in Poland. Like, I was gonna go buy my breakfast, but I wasn't able to buy breakfast because the stores were closed. And then I was like, oh, let's get a pizza. That'll be pretty nice to have tonight. But the stores are closed, so I can't buy pizza. I think all the stores are closed. Independence Day here. Let's make a game where you only have this mechanic and you're in Stone Age and have to hunt like that, fight like that, gather resources. That would be pretty dumb, but funny. Just find an animal, you just pick up your knife and you're just like, "Huh! Got him." It could be pretty funny. Or just by holding it and just like stabbing it into something like. No, this mechanic turned out a lot better than today's mechanic, that's for sure. Especially with our bounding box. Hey, how you doing, Roop? But I think our inputs are a little bit fucked up right now. We just need to organize and clean some things up. Like a Hitman game with this mechanic? I think there's a lot of use cases for mechanics like this. Definitely. I think even Cauldron Chronicles I think could have benefited from some of this stuff. But that's why we're making a toolkit. Testing map. Need to make a new blank open world map. I don't think I added UDS to this project yet, did I? I don't think so. Woke up for a meeting only to realize when no one was there 15 minutes after it was supposed to happen that it's tomorrow, not today. I've done something similar. I woke up, like I just don't remember Polish holidays very well. And so one day I woke up, got ready for work, and I came in and nobody was there and the door was locked, and I'm like, and then I looked on the app and there's no communications in our company, and I'm like, did something happen and nobody told me? And then I realized that it was a holiday. So I went home. It is what it is. Shit happens. Where's my immersive sim project? Oh, that's annoying. Why doesn't this show up there? That's really annoying. I guess I could just add it to a different project and copy it over. Oh, that's obnoxious. How's the game progressing? What game? No games are progressing. I don't progress games anymore. I regress games. Yeah, I'll just add it to the content examples and copy it over. UDS. Where does it put my... workspaces? In here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. That. There's the weather. Beautiful. All right, let's get our data layer set up here. I'll probably copy over from into the chasm my data layer switcher volume. Because this worked really well. The only thing is it includes the checkpoint. We don't need this. Oh. Wait, hold on. How would it copy all that? It doesn't need all that. I'll just make it from scratch. I'll make it from scratch. I don't care. I don't care. Data layer switcher. BP data layer switcher. And this should have two data layer assets, object references, and then a boolean. The only unload self. I'm doing okay though. Thank you for asking. Oh wait, hold on. We need to make this unload all layers function. Not pasty. Hey, CCM. Paste. Not copying the nodes. It's so weird. There it is. Okay, good thing it didn't copy the check for duplicate spline IDs from this because we don't need it. Everything else should be there. It's just default. Only thing we want to check is the player character. Or the player pawn, probably more likely. Okay, and then we just want to hide this in game. Everything else should be great. Create new data layer. Testing map core. And that's going to have all of the basic shit in it. Initially loaded, initially visible, runtime state activated. Perfect. We'll just get a basic place to walk around in. Okay, beautiful. Jesus Christ. Spell the word prototyping correctly. My lord. Okay, parameter, color. Metallic. Specular. Roughness. Good enough for me. Skyrim is pretty great. Skyrim is great. I like Oblivion. Parts of Oblivion slightly more. And then I like Morrowind quite a lot too. I don't know, it's... If you took the best of Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim and combined them together, you'd have a pretty amazing game. The only thing I don't like is how every single Bethesda title just removes a little bit more of the RPG, little by little, from Elder Scrolls to Fallout, until I fear that Elder Scrolls 7 is going to have, Jesus Christ. Skyrim 2, okay? No, I feel like the next Elder Scrolls game is going to be, yeah, pretty bare bones. Like, I didn't hate Starfield, but it was much less of an RPG than Fallout 4. I didn't hate Fallout 4, but it was much less of an RPG than Skyrim. You can keep going back and back and back. The wrong was that the wrong command? I shouldn't have crashed it though. That was weird. Sorry. That's weird. The level fucked up or something. Very odd. UE crash quick call thread interactive. I was talking about him yesterday. Twink interactive. And give me a second to go to the bathroom, and then we'll set up our testing map. I just saw that Unity is increasing its prices. Only 5%. And they're removing the seat charge prices for Unity version control, which is what I use. and increasing the free tier size from 5 gigabytes to 25 gigabytes. So if you're using Unity, I guess fuck you by 5%, but if you're using Unity version control, prepare to take the fucking out of you. You know what I mean. Yeah, prepare to get unfucked. I kind of want to just copy over some of this stuff from here. I like my teleport system too. The teleport system in this game is pretty good. Should we just finish the platforming game? Should I just make it? Like, I have the mechanics literally sitting here. I am tempted. We should first make a successful game and then worry about the 5%. Price only applies if you make a successful game, that's all. 99% of indie devs don't make it. It's true. I can't even get interviews. What does that say about me? I get people looking at my resume and saying that I don't have experience with design ownership. You agree with their assessment? No, I don't. I could understand if somebody says I don't have enough experience with design ownership for what they're looking for. Fair enough. But, like, you know, you have to ask yourself, how did Colon Chronicles come to exist without somebody owning the design ownership? Somebody doesn't have design ownership, whatever the fuck that means for them. Maybe they want to say that as in a professional environment, like you working somewhere in which they should have read your... Yeah, like, okay, like, fair. But it's like, I have both professional and, like, solo-ish, independent, let's say, design ownership experience. I can read the words verbatim as given to me. Their impression is that your background leans more towards system/tech focused programming, and they didn't see much that clearly shows strong game design ownership. Was the feedback that I received. My resume, which literally only lists game design roles, only, not a single programming role. Well, okay, so this job wouldn't even have been for a narrative game. It would have been for a systems driven game with absolutely no narrative, as far as I understand. And then, you know, yesterday I heard that it was a no from them. And that's all I heard. I didn't get any feedback of why it was a no. Which is, you know, of course, just incredibly useful. And I'm just gonna say, like, you know, if I get feedback or not back, I'm just gonna say, you know what, even if you had made an offer, I wouldn't have accepted because you gave me more than enough red flags. Proto, light, gray. Because you weren't wearing a beret. I don't know what it was, man. I told the recruiter, I'm like, okay, I don't know how to respond to that. Like, you know, it's like looking at your resume and saying, oh, you don't really show experience with recruiting. Like, what do I say to it apart from you need to read it, but this time actually use your eyes? Better colors. I think I want to just rotate it. I need this. There we go. How do I change the sun's position again? I can just do that. Yeah, that works. And she looked at my name, then picture, and said, I see no person. Shut the fuck up. Like, companies rarely give feedback, it just upsets candidates. I don't mind real feedback, like, oh, we're looking for somebody with more experience with this engine, or, you know, somebody with more level design experience. Like, that's fine. At least I can be like, okay, yeah, okay, this just wasn't as good of a fit as I thought it was. Fair enough. But I don't know what they're looking for in this case. They have like a list of their openings. Oh yeah, yeah, look at this. Like, what they required was 4 to 5+ years of professional experience as a game designer, ideally with at least one commercially successful title shipped on Steam. Experience designing gameplay systems and mechanics for PC titles. So I don't get why they would look at what I have with that and come to that assessment. And so that's why if they had made an offer, I just would have turned it down anyway, because, like, it just seems like a weirdo at that point. I don't think even they know what they want. Not AI. Maybe. Who knows anymore? The first system of many. Crack nose. These layer names look weird. Didn't I do DL underscore? That's kind of better. Redirectors. We like those, right? We keep those? No, we don't like those. These should be part of this data layer. Removed from here. Good, good. And then we can put down the data layer switcher. There's another application I made for a... It's a much better fitting role. And I have some people that are going to recommend me, so I have more hope for that than whatever this other bullshit was. Be a little bit wider. Why we have the sections here. All right. For that, we want to set it to... Oh, I didn't make those instance editable. I think this should be default true. No, default false. Make an AI version of myself. I don't know what I need anymore. It didn't work. Oh, I know why. Because I put the box on the wrong layer. That's better. Very good. Very good. Very good. Copying over the checkpoint system could be pretty nice. It's so laggy. Oh. Am I leaking memory or something? That was odd. I have no clue. Yeah, that could be nice to copy over. For now, though, I won't do that. What do we want to display with the grab and drop system? Probably the input. Although it might be nice to make the item tooltip that we wanted first. And that should be pretty easy to do. Some of that could probably even be copied over from here. I definitely don't need the BPI from here though. I think it's only being referenced just because, yeah, just because of this. But we can switch that. I don't know if we use that BPI though. That's where the refactoring might be needed. We'll switch it to that, and I think that'll do what we needed to do. Oh, let's get tooltip info. We can make that. Okay, BP item. Add in the two tooltip title, tooltip description. We can play a little Arc today too, by the way, if you guys want, or do like a couple Tim Kaine videos, because I think I'll finish up with what I wanted to do today before I'm done streaming. Okay, let's see here. We should just be able to have the very easy within range and outside range, and then we have the crate tooltip, hide tooltip. We can copy these two if we need to. Why not? Very nice when I can have things that I can just copy over. That's for damn sure. I think right now this is creating this on this might be creating it every frame. Yeah, and realistically, we wouldn't necessarily want to do that. There would only be one of them. But depending on the complexity of the tooltip, that will add some overhead. Not a crazy amount with something so simple. But avoiding that would be nice. Worry about that in the polishing and cleanup phase. Okay, create tooltip, hide tooltip, and then in each of the children. C4. A knife made to survive. Riveting lore here. Need to create the widget. Just create the widget. Default needs to be not visible or collapsed. Pick your poison. I'll move that 2 to the tooltip here. Surprised it wasn't set to default collapsed in the first place. Oh, I know why. Oh, I know the issue with this. It's on the wrong, it's on the wrong interaction. That's why we need to have everything set up correctly here, but it's not. Be here. Much better. For now. Although on grab we need to hide the tooltip. I try the demo from Molder? Total quote of a yes. I've not tried this yet. I can at least appreciate the retro graphics not looking completely like an eyesore. which a lot of them have. That was one of my biggest problems with like Mycopunk. Game just did not. With the weird colors of it, I mean, maybe they improved it because the demo that I played was just really hard to look at. Looks crisper there, to be fair. Everybody's trying to make these custom styles, and I think that they're forgetting that these styles need to actually be pleasant to look at with your eyes. Probably should have a callback for it if an item is picked up. And I can respect the try with originality, but like you're definitely going to turn players off with making something that is not just not their style, but unpleasant to actually see. Like there was one of those. There's like a game, like a dungeon crawler, being made to look like the kind of like old school sketches of DM manuals. But the thing is that it was mostly white with black lines, which by like every single account is worse for like straining your eyes, which is why most like readers have like, you know, sepia modes and dark modes and whatnot. And I think that if you're looking at something that is just, let me see if we can find it, because it's not like the game looked bad, but it doesn't look pleasant to watch or to see. Fuck, I can't find it. I'm gonna ask Gork. Gotta find it. This is it. This game, The Secret of Weepstone. It's not that this game looks bad by any means, and it's not that I don't like the stylization. I absolutely do. The problem is that I don't think this is very pleasing to look at or high contrast monitors. I mean, maybe they're gonna add a mode to switch the colors or something. But when it's mostly white with a little bit of black, it just becomes very straining on the eyes. My only problem with it. Maybe you guys don't agree with that, I don't know. I could do a little like hackiness into here. Hide tooltip when grabbed event. And then I'll just shove that. Will that actually get called though? With the dispatcher? Let's try it. I want to sign grabbed event. What am I doing wrong here? Create event. What's the right node to put here? I completely forgot. I like the node where I can then type in the event. It probably doesn't allow me because there is no custom event made. And whatever, I can just do bind. I swear it was create event. I'm going crazy. Although I feel like I'm just nesting two dispatchers when it could just be one. It'd be easier to do a BPI call than than to set up dispatchers. I'm being real. Especially because we'll already have the actor owner of the component. I don't think this is worth it. Item pickup. I think we send it over to the physics arm. I mean, we do already set the boolean for is currently grabbed. I feel like that could be run through an event call. Or a function. I mean, it doesn't really matter, Rich. Get owner. Didn't I make the BPI? Oh, item grabbed. Okay, then there should be an ungrabbed event. Or dropped event, not ungrabbed. Yeah, that does work. Oh, it works. It works. It works, but I don't know. I'm not super happy with some of this stuff. Bad hierarchy. Sloppy movement of data. Let's copy over the respawn box too. But I need to remake that. I hate that. I hate the autosave while you're naming something. Okay, that'll work. And then we just need an overlap on this. Get player character. Good. Throw that down there. That'll work. In the box, we need to scale this up. Oop, too much. And that should teleport us back to the top if we fall. Although I think in this one we won't use this, but... Oh. Or not. Is that not equal? Oh, it's teleporting self. My bad. Teleporting pretty early. Not awkward. It wasn't that high up. That's weird. It's like, it's right at the bottom there. Shouldn't be teleporting players that fast. A little weird. It's my interaction. It's the collision in the box. No, I know exactly what it is. I know what it is. We shouldn't do this, but you know. Watch me. Where's the player? I don't even think I needed to do that. I just told it to ignore world dynamic and only overlap pawn. I'll delete it. My FPS so bad. My GPU dying? It better not be. I'm just angry because I have 2 Unreals open. Man, I don't even know anymore. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was just the collision channel response. Should be better now. Yeah, we're cool. Okay, let's actually get the playground in here. How you doing, Vintage? Little gap on the ramp is triggering. What am I supposed to do about it? Just ignore it. Triggers me too, but just ignore it. I do want the player to be able to like jump out of here, but I want there to be kind of a bit of a bottom point. The Twitch break since having a baby. Jesus. Babies are crazy. When am I prototyping you? We'll see. Not a baby, I can tell you that. Fucking baby crazy over here. Your wife had the baby. Well, I bet you can trigger people, especially other women, by saying, "Oh, we had a baby recently." Why did that audio alert not work? Did something break? Nothing broke. I don't know why it didn't work. Never a day without a problem, is there? Only assholes like get bent out of shape by that. We had a baby is the easy way to say it. Wasn't there like a Bill Burr skit where he talked about saying, he would go up to like mothers and stuff and say, "Oh, babies aren't that hard. I have a dog. How much different can it be, really?" I always thought that was pretty funny. Dog was harder than our first baby. At least the baby only pooped in its nappy. True. People treat their dogs better than their kids. Also sadly true. I think there are a lot of people that have kids that absolutely should not have kids. You guys are gonna start to get me to support eugenics or something. Though I think that there is some level of social responsibility that you should, and I don't know, like, it's like you can't stop people from banging. But then also, do you want to, like, if you have a thing where it's like, okay, if you want to have a kid, you need to have this, and this. Well, then what happens to the babies that are conceived without this, this, and this? Or do we just have like mandated abortions and then that's a whole thing? And then it's like, okay, well, you can't abort the baby, but we can take it away. It's like, okay, well, now you're taking away all the potential responsibility by removing the danger factor for them so they can just start pumping out babies that they don't have to be responsible for. I don't know. There's no perfect solution. These Poland does those tax break. I think it used to be 500 plus. It used to be 500 zloty per child per month, but I think it's increased now. Currently destroys actor to simulate pickup. At least you know it's yours. Doesn't France ban paternity tests for newly born kids? Isn't that wild? I think I would be very supportive of a mandatory paternity test when a baby's born. Or France might be mandatory. It's one or the other. Oh, don't worry, I'm not supporting eugenics or abortion or like mandatory abortion. Those are both very equally I mean, they're very interesting topics, don't get me wrong. Licenses for everything. You think it should be mandatory? What? Paternity tests or abortion? It's illegal to conduct a private paternity test in France without a court order. That's really fucked up, dude. I'm sorry, I think it should be mandatory when the baby's born to do a paternity test. That's wild that it's banned. Me too good. Can't wait to see all the girls want to get an abortion to dodge the test. If there was a black girl and an Indian dude and they... Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, a friend of yours from way back allegedly knocked up some girl and there were 6 people in that house and barely anyone took care of the baby because they spent all day arguing over which dude was the father. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, poor kid, man. Yeah, but why should you have to go through the legal system to check if a baby is yours or not? Like, is it your baby or not? How hard is it just to, while you're at the hospital giving birth, to do the paternity test? How long do paternity tests take to verify? Three to seven's like roughly about 1 week. Don't tell me about Poland. And we'll do this. We'll do... Oh, it's a little off center, isn't it? You guys know that you can do that? You hold control and alt and drag, you can select everything in the radius. Top UE tips of the day. Well, it's because the French legal philosophy that values family stability and individual privacy. Wouldn't the most stable family be one there where the parents didn't lie and cheat and have a baby that wasn't the two parents? I don't know, maybe my semantics are weird. I think the most stable thing for the child is to grow up realizing that their mom and dad are actually their mom and dad. Shut up, Patano. If I want to talk about eugenics, I'm gonna do it. While eating my pretzels. With the bag that was open from the bottom. How's that for chaotic? When I can drink alcohol again, let's have a stream where we just pick all of the horrible topics that I won't get banned for talking about. And then I'll just keep drinking while we just get deeper and deeper. Like, we'll go from like super simple stuff like religion, and then we'll just go down to like abortion, eugenics, and just get deeper and deeper. But what about pretzels? Maybe the worst thing the baby can find out is its true parents. But you know how like some kids, you can just tell when they are their parents' child. Usually in like the way they act. My mom, she had her birthday like a week ago. And this is our exchange on her birthday. I'll read it out to you. This is the kind of parents I have. Fuck is she? I said old bitch, and she replied young fucker. And then I sent her the pic of Walter White and Jesse shaking hands. Certainly the infidelity would lead to more split families. Whereas if you can't find out, you might as well just stick with the family. That must be their reasoning. I don't think it's good reasoning, but Hey, I guess maybe, I don't know. Hold E to grab item. Tap E while grabbing to drop. Plonk. Plonk. Thought it looks exactly like your mother. It's uncanny. Tiny 3-year-old granny. Yours looks exactly like daughter did when she was born. Jesus Christ. I think if me and my wife have a little girl, it's gonna look exactly like her too. You think about it, a really slutty dude fools around with a bunch of women, and the women all lie about who's the dad, and the kids might grow up and accidentally fuck each other because they don't know they're related. Yes. Maybe let's not put the words kids and fucking in the same like sentence. Just ideally. Hold E while grabbing to toss. The Netflix wasn't there like a documentary about like finding um like hooking up paternal twins that were separated at birth? You rebind the grab key, does the tooltip automatically update? In this case it won't. But in yes, you would want to do that. But in this case I've just hard coded the action in the text for the sake of testing. Population of Iceland is so small they have a government app to check if the person you're dating is related to you. I mean, what do you do about it though if the answer is yes? Like let's say like theoretically you meet your soulmate in Iceland. Like it's perfect. Like nothing could go wrong. And then you find out you're related. Do you actually do anything with that, or do you just put the phone down and pretend you never checked? I mean, how related does matter. Like, I think it's weird to like bang your brother or sister, right? Because you grew up together. Like, there's weird, and we're not even talking about the genetic problems with that. But like, let's say two cousins or three. Bonus baby facts: most newborns resemble their fathers regardless of gender and grow out of it. Theorize that this is an evolutionary trait to make the dad less likely to leave the child. Interesting. I can see that. You find out it's your clone. Would you bang your... Well, I mean, if you were like gay, you might want to bang your clone. But I think for most straight people, they don't want to bang a clone of themselves. Well, let's put it this way. I don't think it acting like you is the same thing though. How about this? Let's say it doesn't look like you, but it has exactly your personality and memories up to the point of you meeting it. Do you bang your clone in this case? I think we should move all of this over, and I think we should just show. I grab this. I want to grab this. From a man of the room. Yes. Like they would not. They would look like just another person of the sex that you're attracted to. But the one thing that you have similar is they have literally the exact same personality and the exact same memories. They're like a non-physical clone. Maybe there's probably a proper word for that or something in sci-fi or whatever. Okay, they would have known exactly what I like. But you freak. Would you know they're a non-physical clone? Yes. Like, you would both know that you're both non-physical clones. And they could be hot. Like, you know, I guess, like, the physical description is up to you. It would be whatever you would find attractive. Inbreeding? Inbreeding by country? 0.1%. Brits are at 1.1. You guys are more inbred than Americans. Why do I feel like there are some other very controversial graphs that if you line them up, the colors would be the same? Like, I'm not gonna say it, okay? Not saying anything, I'm just saying. There's probably some very similarly colored graphs out there. Would the version of what you find on your clone attractive be attractive to you? Because the minor mirror would change the behavior of yourself if it... Okay, I get what you mean. Why are we designing fuckable clones? Can we back up and not design fuckable clones, please? Maybe we've gone deep. We've gone too deep. Want to design unfuckable? I don't. That's just not fuck clones. Okay, we'll talk about the screen space widget and the occlusion first. Unfuckable clowns? Now that's different. Okay, we'll do... the screen space widget properly includes behind other objects. And we'll like put another item back here and let this one like sit in a hole or something. Now I joke about it, but these are kind of fun topics. They're very silly conversations. We do need to fix the physics with the small objects. But I do like our Bethesda like interaction system. I think it's kind of nice. You rotate items in the air. Are you able to do that in Bethesda games? Rotate. I mean, I feel like that would be pretty easy to do. It would make decorating. I think. Where do we? I'm dying here. Where do we grab? Do we grab items at the root? I think we do. It can be done. It can 100% be done. I think about the inputs for it. Like probably holding a button and either moving the mouse. I'm kind of thinking also like QWEASD, and I think it would almost give you better control on the mouse, and it would be much easier to program, because then you would basically just have like the, you know, Q and E to rotate left and right around the. Q and E for the yaw, WS for the pitch, and then A and D for the roll. I think I messed up the X and the Y there, but I don't see why it wouldn't be doable. And then maybe you could have a mode where when you like move around, it can match the item's rotation, you know, current rotation to you, so that way you've set up a desirable rotation, then it can retain that while you're placing it on the shelf or something. I don't know, I think there are definitely some ways to make it much more cohesive. Right now too, I do allow it to bump into the player, and we can always remove that. Oops. Single tap to drop. Setting up my C4. Yeah, we could look into doing that. Snapping. Something like being able to like change, you know, reset item back to root, and then maybe like change the rotational amount per button press or something. You could change it from like 1% to 5%, 15, 30, 45. Could be pretty cool. I like the idea a lot. I think we can move the rest of this over. I don't know if there's anything else specific about items right now that I want to talk about. And if we implement the more advanced grabbing control, we could put that in another section. But I think that pretty much covers everything that we wanted to talk about with the basic item grab and drop system. Getting close to items that can be picked up shows screen space widget. True. It's not the most interesting widget right now, but easy to change. Screen space widget properly occludes behind other objects. Now, you could probably argue that if you can see, because right now we just attach it to the root, right? And that's where we do the trace from. And I think that that generally works. But I could see an argument for something a bit more advanced where we could always use the extents here and fire a trace from each of the corners. And if any of the corners hit, then we show the widget. I would definitely want to push that to C++ at that point for optimization purposes. It won't be bad if we do that just for a prototype, but when it comes time. Press E to pick up an item. Currently destroys after to simulate pickup because we don't have an inventory. Oh. And on pickup, we need to destroy the tooltip. We don't do that. Hold E to grab item. Tap E while grabbing to drop. You could also state that E does not need to continue to be held. Hold E to grab item. Hold E while grabbing to toss. I missed. I missed again. I missed again. I missed again. Okay, wonderful. I must be playing on the women's basketball team, I guess. Hold E to grab item. Does not need to be held once the grab is initiated. To kill a cannon, what are you killing? Do we send... It'd be nice if we sent a quick pickup. We do have an item grabbed, but that's item grabbed, not item picked up. Oh, Bombardier. What are you playing, Ark? I have a question. I answered my first game jam a little while back. Made a really simple incremental game with 2D, had 6 planes, and a flipbook. When it launched, packaged it, used 80% of the GPU. Apparently it's because UE runs at max frame rate if you don't cap it. Yes. What's the right way to cap the frame rate? At the moment, my begin play runs a command line to cap the frame rate. Are you just running like r.vsync at start? Because I mean, that would just be a pretty simple way to do it. If you don't want to have like a, if you don't want to have like an options menu, especially if it's just a small game, you can just run you can do execute console command, and then type in r.vsync1, and that'll do it for you. Oh, was there like something else? I mean, if you cap the frame rate with something else, the only issue is that you might still get screen tearing. So VSync will not only cap the frame rate, but it will sync it to monitor refresh, and that way people won't get screen tearing. And for like a really small game like that, I doubt that people need to run it at more than 60 FPS anyway. And so just forcing VSync on is probably the simplest solution. Yeah, we probably should just run an event call. On the item pickup. T max FPS? I've never seen that used. I mean, I'm sure it works. But use the VSync because it'll have the same result, but then you won't get screen tearing. T max FPS. Interesting. Hey, if it works, it works. If they have decoupled this, but you know, you can always, if you have physics or anything, you can enable physics sub-stepping, which decouples physics from frame rate. And that's just two very easy booleans to check. Just these two. Set those to true, and then you can have physics decoupled from frame rate, if that's a worry for any reason. Git owner. And then we can run this picked up event. Why don't I see it? Oh, because we need to cast it. We won an award in the game jam. I finished middle of the pack, but got an award for chill game can play forever. That is good. Give me the VSync command again, please. I forgot to write it down. Yeah. It is r.vsync space 1 to enable or 0 to disable. does I control the FPS to stop it going to like 500? It forces the game to render at the same refresh rate as the monitor, and that way you don't get screen tearing where the game is trying to render the next frame before the current frame is being shown on the monitor, and that's where you get the tearing where you see like two separate frames being rendered at the same time. So that will have the same effect as limiting frame rate, but it will ensure that the current frame is fully rendered on your monitor before the next frame is rendered. It's probably a good example of this. Golden Chronicles would be good. I'll show you what it looks like with VSync on and off. That should be very noticeable. We'll push the FPS up a bit so that it's easier to see. Okay, yeah. Really noticeable on like this wall with the straight lines. You can see like the artifacting on the beams. I can't get a fast enough frame. Or I guess the print screen is actually just saving the frame and not the image, so print screen might not show it. But you can see it on the beams here, right? That's with the screen tearing. Otherwise, with VSync, you don't get any of that tearing. And because it also, you know, of course, like you mentioned with the GPU usage, because it's limiting your frame rate, it will, your GPU will run at a much more stable percentage than just forcing it to be 100% all the time. But then you also have fixed frame timing, so people might complain that there's, quote, input lag, but for like an idle game, I doubt that that's ever going to be a problem. And it's just because, you know, you have, it's 0.16 repeating milliseconds to render one frame. Is it 0.16? Or no, it's 16.6 repeating milliseconds to render a frame, and of course the higher the frame rate means that the lower the time taken to render the next frame, in which case you are going to see your input reactions faster. And so lower frame rate results in higher visual latency, as opposed to higher frame rate lowering the visual latency. But it is only visual latency and not actual latency. Where's my music? Okay, that gets rid of the... Yeah, it's fine. I need to move a lot of the functionality over to the components, though. I don't know, we need to clean up the project before going any further. And it kind of optimize what we've made so far. That went right in. That was good. Yeah, that one did. I'll hide these traces too. We don't need the traces being shown anymore. Think you'll package? Package what? I'll show you my package. I'll put on Fab. No, probably not. We want to build out a whole bunch of agnostic mechanics first. And then probably just build games around that agnostic toolkit. So basically, systemically make 90% of what our game is going to have. Create the unique 10%, depending on the game, and then that'll be our bread and butter. That's what we're thinking. There's like 90% of the game ideas that Cuthbert and I have are like, oh, you know, we start explaining it, blah, 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 this, and this, and it's like, oh, it's just an immersive sim. Like, okay, why don't we just bite the bullet? Coin Pusher Realms is undergoing a design change first before we go any further. And we need to see if it's actually fun or not. But the biggest complaints we had on Steam were the minigames. People either were okay with them, not liked them, were okay with them, or did not like them. So it was very much neutral to negative response on minigames. And Coin Pusher Realms would have doubled down on minigames in a way that I think would have made the minigames more fun, but would have distracted from the core of the game, to a point that it likely would not have resulted in positive market reception. I have no idea why my sounds aren't working right. Weren't they working earlier? And they just stopped? Whatever. I'll look into it after stream. Let's push what we have. Started on physics grabbing for doors containers. Fixed a couple of issues with grabbing items. And added tooltips. Added UDS. We need to do a full cleanup on these systems. I don't like how the logic is just spaghetti in itself. It's not great. So we'll probably have to do that tomorrow. Bit of a boring day it'll be. But once we do that, once we have the interaction working in a much more reliable way, then we can start to implement the additional mechanics to like controlling the item that you're grabbing, and I think that'll have really nice positive effects. Do we want to watch some Tim Kaine and talk game dev for a little while? Because 2 hours is not enough for me to jump into some new features. but it is enough. Do some of this stuff. There's some good ones too. Importance of conversation. Lessons as an old person. We could learn some lessons. Let's do it. Let's yap for a bit. We can probably get to 3 of these. Depends on how long we yap for. Okay, nobody go anywhere. Pressing the button for YouTube, not for Twitch.